guys there? Hello everyone. Welcome. Welcome everyone. Hello. Hi Numi. Hi. How you doing, Numi? Actually, I've been listening to music a little bit, and I think the music doesn't really fit the atmosphere I want. So give me a second. Let me switch up the music a little bit. Thank you, Streambits, for the music, but I want something a little bit cuter. There we go. There we go, much better. A little bit more uppity. Doing okay? How's your Vermintide grinding? You mentioned that you wanted to do Vermintide grinding when I was lurking in your stream. You're leveling up the dwarf, right? In Vermintide? Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't join you for Vermintide today. I kinda need to do Monster Hunter because you guys probably already know Darktide is coming out soon, and I need to make sure that I have my Monster Hunter rank squared away before Darktide comes out, because if I don't, then I'm going to fall completely behind. So yeah, I need to make sure that I get all of the content for Title Update 2 out of the way first before Darktide comes out. Once Darktide comes out, we can enjoy ourselves in Darktide. Although technically, I don't know yet if Darktide is going to have progression carryover for their pre-order beta, because they haven't said yet whether or not they're going to have progress carryover for their beta, which is slightly annoying because I need to know. Excuse me, coughing. Let me drink some water. I need some snacks before starting stream, so I'm thirsty. Yeah. Alright, where was I? Yeah, for anyone that doesn't know, Darktide is going to have a pre-order beta, theoretically starting in 7 days. The problem is that they did not announce yet whether or not our progress in the pre-order beta will be carried over, and yeah, technically their launch is supposed to be at the end of the month. No, it's 1st of December. 2 weeks from now, 1st of December. So yeah, technically their launch happens like 2 weeks after their closed beta. I mean, not closed beta, pre-order beta. So if I'm gonna be playing Dark Tide for 2 weeks, I think it's going to be important for me to know if progression is going to be carried over, but they haven't said yet whether or not progression is going to be carried over. They have acknowledged that it's something we want to know, and they said that they'll let us know whether or not they're going to be able to have progression carryover before the beta starts. But 7 days to go now before beta starts, and they haven't said anything yet whether or not the progress will be carried over. They just said that we're working on it. We don't know yet. We'll let you know before beta starts, so I hope that they don't wait until the final day before the beta starts to let everyone know whether or not progress will carry over. That'd be annoying, but if progress doesn't carry over, I don't know if I'm going to if I'm actually going to be playing Dark Tide during the pre-order beta if progress can't be carried over. It'll be very annoying if progress wouldn't be able to carry over. Because as much as I would like to play, I mean, I did play during the closed beta test, and that was fine. That was just a simple test of the game, so I don't mind losing progress from that. It's just 3 short days anyway, but the pre-order beta, it's gonna be 2 weeks long, and I don't know if I want to devote that much time to it if progression doesn't carry over, you know? I'm looking at the FAQ right now. It's still on. We'll let you know when we can commit to an answer. I could gain knowledge. I'm fairly certain I've gained all the knowledge I would need to know that yes, I want to play the game, but the main thing that I'm unsure of right now is some features, like whether I can play with bots, how good or bad are the bots, etc. That's important for me to know. But people were saying that more than likely bots would be a thing in the final release, although the devs haven't said one way or another yet. Most people have said that more than likely there's gonna be private party and bots. The only other knowledge I would gain would be learning about how my class functions, but to be honest, I would much rather just play the game. You know, if I'm gonna be learning about how the class functions, I'll much rather just play it, learn about it that way. Get the unlocks, you know, and learn as I get those unlocks, things like that. One of the things that turns me off of games the most is the idea of losing something I work really hard to achieve. So like for example, the main reason why I haven't spent so much time playing Monster Hunter Rise as I did with World, well, one of the main reasons is because I had to restart Monster Hunter Rise from scratch when I bought it on PC, and that kind of killed a little bit of a fair amount of hype for me. We got to the game, but of course that was my own fault. And I do still very much enjoy the game. It's just that, yeah, I don't like having to start over again from scratch if I've already made quite a bit of headway into the game. So, with regards to the Dark Tide pre-order beta, if there's no progression, I probably won't play it. At least I won't play it like on stream. I'll just play with off and on with some friends if they just happen to be playing it, but I won't really commit to it up until I know that we have progression. If they're unable to give us progression at the start of the beta, but enable it after, then I'll probably start playing once they enable it. It's actually also one of the big reasons why I haven't been playing Star Citizen so much. Well, apart from the fact that it's a buggy piece of shit. The game is so buggy, oh my god, but aside from the fact that it's a completely buggy mess, my progress being wiped is something that I really dislike. I've lost my Talon, like my ship that I pilot in the game, my Talon, 2-3 times already, and every time I have to re-earn it, I lose more of the urge to play the game to re-earn it, because I'm like, I've already earned it so many times, you know. Earning it again and again and again just loses its luster. So I'm like, especially if I know that I'm going to lose it again, so I'm like, why do I even bother, you know? Why am I putting so much time and effort into this if I know I'm just gonna lose it? At least that's how it works out in my head. So yeah. Rather than just the act of doing, I'll take a lot of enjoyment from the feeling of achieving or acquiring something that I can keep. And if I know that I can't keep it, then I just lose interest in getting the thing, because I rather get something that I can't keep. So yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna do with regards to Dark Tide. Wait until the point when progression will carry over. Hopefully, that'll be at the start of the pre-order beta. If it's not at the start, hopefully there'll be a point where progress would start to be carried over. If progress never gets carried over, then I'm just not going to play the pre-order beta. Might just stream Vermintide instead. At least in Vermintide, I'll be able to keep my progress. Oh, I'm gonna find out over the next 7 days whether or not progress would be maintained. So we'll worry about that in the future. But for now, for today, chat, we have some things we got to do, right? Oh, by the way, if anyone happened to look to the bottom left side of the screen, I have a oh wait, hang on. The number on that is wrong.
Hang on.
Let me fix the number. The number's wrong, right? Yeah, the number's wrong. Let me fix the number real quick. That should be 60, not 50. Excuse me a little bit while I take care of this. Excuse me, Dream Elements, why aren't you working? Hello? There you go. Right. Gotta go to 60. Oh yeah. I have a little typical for the next I think it was a 5-week period I placed on the go. Give or take 5-week period. It's gonna be a tip goal to fund our eggnog. oh, something I need to let you guys know. My HTC finally got back to me, and they said that they said that they're willing to sell me our cables, so I'm gonna be doing that later. And don't worry, the support you guys gave me over Spooktober covered the cables, so yeah, I don't have to worry about the cable anymore. But now I'm left with needing to save up money for a yearly tradition of making eggnog for Christmas. So yeah, that's my tip goal. It's gonna just stay there until we meet it, and yeah, it's a 5-week period. I'll still hopefully make it. If I don't make the tip goal, I'm gonna see how much I have, and we might still be able to make eggnog. But yeah, if there isn't enough to make eggnog, really not enough at all, then I can pivot over to something else. Like there are a couple of excuse me. Excuse me. Sorry. Here. There are a couple of other drinks that I don't mind drinking, which are way cheaper than eggnog. The $60 is going to cover. Well, the rum is the most expensive part of it, so the $60 is going to cover the rum, but not only the rum. It's also going to cover the ingredients like the egg and the heavy cream and all that stuff I have to buy. $60 is all I need, and I can make eggnog. Enough eggnog to fill, I think, like 4 bottles worth. Yeah. Also new me. Let me know if we make this goal, and once it's closer to Christmas, let me know if you want a bottle of eggnog. Can always give you a bottle. So check. Now with that out of the way, let's go and get ready for ants. We have limited amount of time to prepare for Dark Tide 2 and the other beta. And like I mentioned, I want to make sure that we get all of the title update to content stuff out of the way before that happens. And in order to do that, I have to get to AR 111 minimum. You know, people are saying that technically I need to get to AR 120 to be able to do everything, but 111 is the most important breakpoint. 120 after that is less important, so Here. Let us share, shall we? I very nearly clicked on something really bad that I shouldn't have clicked on, but it's fine, chat. It's fine. I almost accidentally launched a game that I was not supposed to. But don't worry, chat. Thankfully, I didn't actually click that. Crawl to AR111. There we go. Gonna be our subtitle for today. Hello, Harold. Welcome. How you doing? Welcome. Hope you had a good day. And you were there yesterday, right, for our movie night, which kind of turned into anime night partway through. Let me drink some water. Let me just say hi to the chat. But yeah, we had a movie night yesterday. For anyone who doesn't know, we watched a World War II movie, a recent World War II movie named Greyhound. Starring Tom Hanks. Excuse me, sorry. Sorry. Excuse me, sorry, I'm coughing a little bit today. A World War II naval combat movie starring Tom Hanks, who is captain of a Fletcher-class destroyer. Bro, that's not good. Uh-oh. Hang on a second. Something isn't right. Is it working now? Okay, it was working now. For a moment there, my controller didn't connect to the computer. I don't know why, but yeah, we watched Greyhound. Pretty good World War II naval combat movie starring Tom Hanks. Although the movie was only an hour and a half long. Personally, I felt like the movie needed to be 2 hours long. Because aside from Tom Hanks, we get no character development of anyone else. We don't really get to know most of the crew of the ship besides Tom Hanks. And I felt like as always, it would have been nice if we could have gotten to know a little bit more about the crew, and also it would have been nice if we got to know a bit more of the antagonists. Because the antagonist of that movie is a wolf pack of German U-boats, and we don't know anything about the German U-boats besides the fact that they're shadowing the convoy that Tom Hanks is escorting, and they also taunted Tom Hanks by broadcasting like weird threatening messages, but other than that, we don't know anything about the Wolfpack. It would have been nice to see what the Wolfpack is like, get some development for them, you know? Oh. Pretty decent movie. Dual threat, returning rush of red. Wait, hang on a second. I probably should have read that. Hang on. Let me read that. Complete this and acquire special titles. Yeah, no, fuck that shit. It's a special title. Fuck no. Can't be bothered with that shit. We're here to do anomaly hunts. To raise our anomaly level, so that's what we're gonna do, chat. That's what we're here to do, so that's what we're gonna do. We're there for a short time for enemy. Yeah, it did end up becoming anime night as well because we didn't only watch Greyhound, we also watched Overlord. Specifically Overlord S2. We watched the first, I believe, 7 episodes of Overwatch no wait, did I say S2? I mean S4. Season 4. We watched the first 7 episodes of it. It's quite fun. Although, I feel like so far Season 4 of Overlord has been quite slow. A lot of the things that happened in Season 4 has just been world building via having Ainz interact with new factions. And yeah, we do meet these new characters, these new factions, but other than that, it's very much structured like if you were to play an RPG game and you're currently in the middle portion of the game where you're just gathering power, you know, making alliances and stuff like that. That's what it feels like. You are literally in the middle of the game. It's almost like filler, but at the same time it's not, because the important stuff does happen during these episodes. We are being given a lot of insight into the world. There's some character development going, but we have yet to see what sort of consequence all that would lead to, or even receive a hint of what all that would lead to, other than Ainz just gathering power. Oh. Meow. Meow. Hi. How goes the big monster dog? We haven't started yet. We're about to get ready to go for the first time. No? I'm not gonna be getting overpowered by huge strong monsters and turn into breeding stock. Chat, I'm here to pacify them. By any means necessary. There ain't gonna be any monster fucking here. We're monster hunters, not monster fuckers. By the way, everyone, time for combat. Drugs, grab your coffee, or drinks, or whatever you have. Remember, it doesn't matter what you're having, as long as you're here, chat. Going in 3, 2, 1. Bye. Yes. Okay, I have my combat drugs. Let's go. Alright, don't give Yard any ideas. I mean, is that so bad though? I mean, I'd be happy to, you know, give you inspiration. Oh shit, no, hang on. I almost misclicked something. I almost used a rare item and I wasn't supposed to do that right now. Do you play Monster Hunter? Me? Out of curiosity. Yoshi. You know that? Yeah, exactly. Giving inspiration is always good. I'm happy too. Yeah, not got into it yet. Busy playing single player games. Ah, okay. Monster Hunter technically is kind of a partially single player game. In a way. I mean, yeah, you do hunt with people a lot, but and for many hunters, that is a big draw of the game. And yeah, I do enjoy hunting with people, although I enjoy Monster Hunter so much that honestly, I can play it alone and be perfectly happy with it. That's not to say I don't enjoy hunting with friends, but yeah. Monster Hunter is the kind of game where friends can make it more fun, but ideally you should, if possible, enjoy the game on your own, because that way you can grind, you can do some hunts on your own, you're not always constantly like just wishing your friends were around to hunt with and you get nothing done when you're alone. Monster Hunter is that kind of game where there's so much to the end game that if you only wait to play exclusively with friends, you are not going to get that far into the end game. Just because of the fact that there's so much things to do. And it's impossible to have everyone around all the time. That's just how I see it anyway. Let us get ready to hunt. Oh really? Yes. Fucking. Oh god damn it! Fucking. Stay right there. Damn, I missed one of my spiders. Oh, nothing I can do about it. We'll just make do. Okay, I want to go down here. Because the monster we're gonna hunt is down here. There you are. Hi, Mr. Lunican. Let's delay our finisher. Come here, Luna. Come on. Are you just gonna... Come on. Come on, Luna. Rage. Come on. You know you want to rage? Come on. Ah, damn. Come on. Enter red mode. Come on. I can't. Oh, god damn it. Fucking asshole. Fine then. Have wind in your face. That's what you get for wasting my time. Fuck you. What? Did you actually miss? You fucking missed! Oh, now you enter red mode. Fuck you. Eh, he missed me? Okay, that's strange. I'm being thrown off a little by the fact that the monsters are missing me so much. Slam first and stab! Fuck you! Oh god damn it, that's not what I wanted. Give me that! Stab! Gotcha! This ledge is annoying. Okay, get away from that damn ledge. Oh fuck! Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good. Cat! Cat! Help! Oh. Oh. That was close. Fuck you. Oh god damn it. He's... This hunt is not going well. The fact that he managed to erupt is bad. It means that I'm not doing enough damage to him. Especially for the start of the hunt when technically the damage threshold for that is much lower. Ah, fuck. I mistimed that. Fuck you. Oh, good job, cat. Stab. And charge. Fuck you. Fuck you. Stab. Back up. Charge. One more. Fuck you. Oh, leaving. Right. Hopefully the next fight will go better than this one because yeah, I'm not doing well. My damage is subpar. Normally, I'm able to cause an anomaly explosion rather than him exploding, at least for the start of the hunt. The fact that he did the explosion means that yeah, my damage is subpar. I'm going to have to get better. Come here. Fuck you. Oh. Take this and nice. Right. Anomaly explosion. Taint. Fuck you. Hopefully this will help us make up for low damage earlier. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, that might work out anyway. Okay, what, wait, did I say I didn't mean to do that? I mean, calculated, yes. Definitely calculated. Mm-hmm. What the hell just procced my intrepid heart? Those fucking monsters proc my intrepid heart? Really? Okay, no, we're not gonna fight you again. Your mount is gonna be on cooldown. So we're gonna be fighting you. Ah. Wait, is Luna Garen chasing us? Oh, okay, no. Luna Garen's leaving. Okay. No, wait, not Luna Garen. Kushala. Kushala, that's the monster thing. Not Luna. Go. Get down. Slam. Nice. We're going to enter red mode, which means... Ah, goddammit. I missed. This damage is going to be done to him. Done to his red mode state. Come on. Kill. Nice. Nice to get it off. Oh, god damn it. I forgot. I'm only on 2 bugs. Yeah. Eh? Oh, that was too late for that, I guess. Oh, he's still not going. Ah, damn, I mistimed that so badly. Fuck you. Oh, Rajang is here. What's he going to appear though? Give me that. It's technically nearby, but... Oh wait, he's coming right here! Oh, nice! Rajang, you wanna help us? I appreciate the help. Although it would be nice if you could, you know, let Lunagarin hit you so that, I can mount you. Ah, damn. Wait, what? Oh, that? Managed to hit the mount threshold? Really? Okay. I'll take it. That was a really fast mounting threshold. Nice! Smash and smash and smash! 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 And smash! Fuck you. Haha. It's gonna fall over and that gives us an opening. Fuck you. Oh, staggered really. I need white bucks. The mine is right there. Step on it. Oh! I said I've not learned how to read that attack yet. Nice cat. Fuck you. Oh, leaving. Right. Right there, huh? You know what? We can get that faster if I were to go back to camp. use the camp to top me up. Right, steak. It's right down that hole over there. So let me get my gloves. Buff. Buff. Actually wait, no, I want to be in this mode. And buff. Right, let's go. Give me that. Thank you. And now over here. Hi. Of course, that forces me to waste intrepid heart, but it's fine. Fuck you. Oh? Stab. Okay, back up. Charge. Stay right there, please. Thank you. Gotcha. What? Really? Ah, god damn it. Thank you, God. Where are you going? Come here! Mistimed that. Oh. I'm usually quite bad at timing dodge rolls for ours. What? Damn it, I'm mistiming this. How did I not get me? Fuck you. Oh, god damn it. I need to stop entering my god stance too early. Oh. Nice. Wait, can the dog stand on his back foot? Yeah, this dog can. Have you never seen a dog get excited and he starts standing on his back feet? Really cute when dogs do that. Well, another successful hunt. And like I said, no monster dog action. Don't worry, I'm an expert pro hunter. The monsters never overpower me and have their way with me and turn me into breeding stock. That's never happened, chat. And even if it did, I keep coming back for more. I mean, I keep coming back to fight them some more, yes. Yes. Oh, nice screenshot. Right, a lot of prime ambassadors. I have a feeling that they buffed the drop rate of these things because I didn't used to get that many of them. Or maybe it was always intended that you would get a lot of them once you're higher level. Oh. Alright. Alright, you see that anomaly research chat? You see that? This number needs to be 111. We're at 96 right now. I don't know. I don't think I can get there today. It's gonna require at least 15 hunts, I think, and I don't think I can get there in time tonight. I can get really close. Really? Divine Blessing item prolonger? This might have been good if I didn't already have item prolonger on all of my armors. And technically there's not much total value in this in terms of skill slot space, so yeah, it's not as good as it could be. Could be better. Now this is something that could be really powerful if only it came with slots, but no, it came to us with no slots. Freaking endgame. Constant fucking random. Yes, rolling for random shit. Fucking fuck. Oh baby, oh. We haven't talked about them for a while, but I still watch that nature bird watcher guide and his bird nest streams. They're really adorable. Hello chicks. Although technically now most of all of the chicks have already flown their nests. They've all grown up and have left. But I was watching the chicks grow up and they were so cute, chat. Watching little baby... Well, there were some owls and there were some kestrels growing up. They're really cute. Wait, hang on. I almost forgot. We're supposed to queue a quest first. Let's see. Ensnaring knife and blinds. Oh, that's good. So good, in fact, that I think we'll get rid of this and instead do this. Now, who do you want me to hunt? Magma Almodron. God damn it, I hate that monster. Really? I've been avoiding hunting that thing all this time and you want me to hunt this motherfucker? I even have... I only have one copy of this and it's 25-minute. That's a little too close for comfort. Yeah, that's too close for comfort, so... You know what, Malmojon, what is a 5-star? One thing we could do, chat, is hunt monsters in around 5-star and just wait for the game to hopefully give me a bitter magma Almojon crest. Although that magma Almojon crest is only going to be around for 3 hunts. Oh, technically, if it's only around for 3 hunts, that's good. Means it's going to refresh really, really soon. And we can get something else. Hopefully something that I can hunt. Oh, well. No combat drugs, check. Okay, yes. Oh, this is good coffee. Oh, so good. Okay. Oh. Like this. Wait, can I already get my... Yep, okay, that's good. You know, another bunch of videos that I've been watching a lot of recently. Do you know the Mocha Milk channel? I know despite the name, it's not actually about coffee. It's actually about something completely different. You guys know the Mocha Milk channel? Hang on, chat. There's only one big channel. It's actually a really, really big channel, but it's called Mocha. I think it's called Mocha Milk. I believe that's its exact name. And it's not about coffee. It's not even about drinks. You guys know what that channel is? I'm gonna assume that no, you guys don't know. The Mocha Milk channel, it's actually about 2 dogs. Specifically a dog owner. Recording videos of his 2 really, really adorable dogs. I believe one of his dogs is Pomeranian, if I'm not mistaken. It might be a Pomeranian or it might be something else. I keep mixing up that other dog whose name is Mocha. But the one of the dogs, the one that really drew me to the channel, is a Samoyed. And the Samoyed is so cute. It's a big fluffy dog who almost looks like a Spitz, but it's actually not a Spitz. In fact, Samoyeds don't have any Spitz DNA in them at all, even though they look a bit like it. But yeah, a medium-sized dog who is meant more for winter weather, so it's very furry and he's so cute. I love any video of well, technically the dog's name is Wu Yu, but it translates into milk. That's why the channel's name is Mocha Milk. It's after the 2 dogs. One of them is Mocha and the other one is Milk. And the Samoyed has the most adorable little howl he does when he wants something. Where do we go? I think we go back to main camp and then take one of the monsters there. Maybe after the hunt I'll show you. Nice, a little bit of that channel. A really nice comfy channel. You watch it and you see his adorable dogs and you just can't help but smile. Ah, god damn it. Wow, that technically didn't do much damage to me. All he did was use up my lantern bug. I swear the lantern bug is such a weak sauce hunting helper in this. Even though it's supposed to be like a partial what's the name of that mantle? Constitution mantle? Oh. Although actually now that I think about it, that mantle in I've forgotten what the name of the mantle is, but it's the yellow mantle. The one that gives you a bunch of temp HP. That mantle is actually weak sauce in Monster Hunter World. Really, really weak sauce. Come here! Oh! Oh, come on, cat. I literally just hit him. Why aren't you guys fighting? Could you please fight him, cats? Oh, god damn it. His tails or his attacks are really, really hard for me to predict. And Rise, this guy is one of the hardest monsters for me just because I can't read his tails. And I mistime his attacks a lot. Good job, cat. Take this. Oh shit! Nice. Managed to force him out of this. Armed form. Where's he going? Okay. Oh, what, really? Well, I'll take it. Could you hold that for a bit? I want to get as much out of this wake up that as I can. Power up. Wake up, you. Fuck you. Oh, he fell over. Okay, cat, if you can, please hold that a little longer until he... No, you're timed out. Fuck. Damn. Oh. Hi. Oh, tired. I'm gonna stab you in your ass. One more. Ah, damn. What, really? That procced Intrepid Heart? I call bullshit. That should have missed me completely. Yeah. What? Oh, that was strange. Oh well. Okay, come here. Fuck you. Oh wow. They procced it? Really? Alright, I'll take it. Come here. Fuck you. Ah, damn. I mistimed that completely. Let's go. Oh, nice. Okay, immediately do this. Do this. And... oh, nice. Tigrex is here. Perfect. Come, Tigrex. Let's fight. Oh, got him. Really? Fucking gosh. Could you not lose the fucking Tigrex? Bonk. Okay, hang on. I need to get that. Give me that. Thank you. Now we go back and... back Tigrex. Oh, fucking. No, you don't. Roar and charge and fuck you. Alright. I think that hit him. Hopefully that did. I heard his red nose explode, so I'm gonna assume that I hit him. At least partially. Oh, finally. Right. Come here. And now we go here. Oops, sorry. Actually hit my mic stand. Get into camp. Get a free refresh. Up here. Eat a steak. Potion. I said eat a fucking potion, thank you. Water. Oh, Mizu's here. Back in the area where we were. So Mizu isn't gonna be able to help us. Oh, but it's fine. Hi! You set your ass on fire! Fuck you! God damn it, really? Fucking bird! Fuck you! Nice. Swipe, slam, burst, side swipe and stab. Okay. Oh, what? Where's all this hits coming from? Get over here! Fuck you! What? Really? That is part of his hitbox. Oh. I think you missed, Cat. Change. Charge. Going. Good job, Cat. Wait, where's he aiming with that? I don't care! Fuck you! I didn't know that he does a complete 180 with, no, 360 with that. Fuck you! Oh god damn it, I can't see. Get out of the corner. What? Really? Leaving already? That was fast. And of course right after my cat tries to use his big one. Fucking... Ugh. Annoying monster. I will. Closer. Charge. Fuck you. I'm gonna assume that hits. Fuck you. Oh god damn it. I almost fucked that up. Ow. Oh, oh, that hurt. Oh, that hurt. What? Fuck you. Gotcha. Stab. Ow. Fuck you. And second one. Of course he's doing it now. No, you don't. Fuck you. Stab. Fucking. No, you don't. I'm getting a lot better at timing that. Stab. Stab. That was very strange. That was hitting both his right arm and his left arm randomly? Fuck you. You see the amount of delay he has on his attacks? Makes it really hard to time my counters properly. Fuck you. Oh wow. Perfect timing. Is he gonna go? Oh. Shaking off. Flying? Okay. Opening. I'm getting nowhere with the timing that. Fuck you. Okay. Actually, I think I'm getting even better at fighting this guy. He's still one of the toughest monsters in Rise for me just because of how much delay he has between attacks. But I think I'm getting better. I'm starting to learn where his windows are. Okay, give me a second, check. Let me take a Let me run to the washroom real quick while waiting for the husky. Give me 3-minute washroom break. 1 second. 1 second. Love y'all. Mm-hmm.
ちょろいもんだぜ。
I'm back, Chad. Excuse me. Sorry. I think the snacks are getting myself a little harder than I expected them to. Because my throat feels quite dry. I'm gonna drink more water. Nothing wrong with drinking more water. If you're unsure, if it needs to. Technically, yes, there is such a thing as drinking too much water. It's a form of water poisoning, but you need to drink a lot of water really quickly for that to happen. And I'm not at that level of water consumption, so I'm okay. Right, let me get back. We're uncomfortable. Alright. Wait, hang on, what? Something's alright. Hang on. Wait, what? When did this happen? Oh, god damn it. Hang on a second. Fuck. Oh god damn it. Hang on, I need to fix my avatar because my avatar right now is bugging out a little bit. Let me just fix it real quick. Aliasing. Not face tracking. Where's the hand tracking thing? Wait, no. Wait, what am I doing? There's a button right over here. Whoops. Turn on, turn off, and turn on lead motion. What? Is it still fucked up? Really? Oh, that's annoying. Okay, hang on. I think I might need to restart my VC face. Oh, that forces it to reinitialize everything. Okay, there we go. Now it's working. Alright. Let me get back to where I'm supposed to be. Here. Get into my corner. My own little corner of the screen. There we go. Alright, perfect. I can put this back and close this because I don't need this anymore. Get back into the game. Right. Can you guys tell what's going on in the screen? Cause it's a bit difficult for me. I think. Oh, gonna save it anyway. Right. Let's see. Level 87 Mizu. Mizu is always a fun monster to hunt, although I haven't been hunting many Mizus. Maybe we should do that. Hunt a couple of Mizus. Especially since it doesn't look like we're gonna be able to give it up that Almudron quest. I mean, find that Almudron quest that we need. Oh. Okay. Let's go. Let's go make friends with Mizu. Oh baby, no. Now that we've had our good luck charm, let us switch over to this right here. I need to change something because we're hunting a Mizu. Mizu, I believe, is aquatic. And layered weapons, I don't really like this layered weapon. Let's go back to our real gun. I really, really love this railgun. Look at it. It looks so fucking cool. I can't be the only one who loves the look of the railgun, right? Oh, more combat trips. Thank you very much. Cheers. Yeah. Yeah.
出発するか。
Alright. Let's go. Hunting a Mizu in the jungle.
気合十分だ。疾走。
Give me that. Thank you. Wait, hang on. This bug was... I was a red note, huh?
いただき。
It's rare that that bug at the start is a red note. Oh, I'll take it. You red note first. Yoshi.
狩猟本能全開だぜ。行くぜ。
Get out there! Thank you. Oh, another red
も
note.
らい。
Thank you.
着々と進行中だ。
Yoshi.
疾走。
Eh, what the hell did I miss it? We have a Gore, Magala, and Espinas. Took me a moment to recall that monster's name. I got it. Come here, bud. Thank you. Get back and prepare for hunts. Where are the monsters right now? Oh, Gore and Espinas are about to be in the same locale, which means we can take advantage of that. We're going to get them to fight each other. Whoever loses, we're going to mount them. Are they fighting already? No, not yet. Alright. Alright, you guys. Thank you. Alright. Espinas lost. Let's go. You gotta help us first. We'll see you later, Gore. Ah. What? Gore came here? Really? Wait, is he going back? What? Okay, the monster targeting in this game is a little bit weird. No, you don't. Oh wow. I've forgotten how high Espinasa's stun values are. Fuck off. Wait, that wasn't stun, that was paralysis.
思い知ったかさあ行くぜ
Tokyo. Cancel. One more. Bugs next to me are sadly non-elemental. Oh! What? Excuse me. Where are you aiming? Oh yeah. Get in there. Oh, come on. How the hell do you miss the fucking wall? Oh, well, you know what? Fuck this shit. I'm gonna fucking
てめえは
do
俺に
damage anyway. Can't stick your drugs. Let's go. Fuck you.
信用本能全開だぜ 愛してるぜ
She's still in vid mode. She is, right? Can't tell. I think she's still in vid mode. Yeah, she is still in vid mode. I don't know where she's aiming.
ぶちかますぜ
Fuck you. Fuck you. Nice, mountable. Alright, my score. Way over there. It's fine, we can go to him. Use the rare sharpen. Eat fish. Grab this and cancel into mount. Okay.
総流始める
Okay,
ぜ
we're going to leave this behind for now. We'll get those later. But now we need to make the most out of this mount too. Actually, no. No, we're going back. No, I don't need to. I don't need to bring her to gore right now. We're going to make the most out of these things.
達成も近そうだ
Because I still have double spiders. I can use one of those spiders easily to get a mount on gore later. What? Okay, that was very weird. Oh, whoa.
大チャンスこれで仕留める
Stab.
てめえは俺が狩る俺のお供
Oh, okay, what? Something's wrong. Her attacks are missing me.
さすが俺のお供
Well, maybe not completely, because she's clearly still applying bubble status to me, but you're not doing any damage. Fuck you. Oh my god.
依頼一つ達成だ
Don't you dare leave. Oh, how is she not stunned yet? We hit her with all the attacks. Okay, we got a stunner. No, how she, that stun took forever to proc the whole. And stab. And that will properly knock down. That did somehow.
俺の音も最高
Charge, come on. And another red explosion. Good. I wonder if I can get a tail cut.
さすが俺の
Getting a tail cut on Misa is very rare. It's even rare for a weapon like me. Because I'm low cut damage. What? Really? That hit me still? Oh god damn it! Bitch! Oh, now you get tired. Okay. Fuck you. How is she not swap areas here? I've done a ton of damage there. I'm actually running out of sharpness. Oh. My cat drug is almost back off cooldown. God damn it. It's really hard for me to predict which side of me she's gonna end up after that attack. Oh, I was hoping I could get another latch on. Oh. Sharpen. Where's he going? Across. Fine, that's fine. We'll chase after him. Give me that. While we're on our way there, we will apply buffs. Here we have double spiders, so it's highly unlikely we're gonna fail to hit Gore to come at us unless Gore's mount is on cooldown for some reason. I hope it's not. I hope the game doesn't fucking cuck me. Hey Gore. Trying to help me? Thank you for helping me. Okay, let's go. Come here. Push Mizu further into the water. Nice. Cancel and Come on. Ah. Drugs. Oh! Fucking... I mistimed that. Oh god damn it! Oh nice! Fucker! Ah damn. I was hoping I could cause an eruption. Oh. Are you serious? Ah! Come here! Oh god damn it! Get back here, bitch! Stop making me chase after you and then the instant I decide, yeah, stop doing that! You bitch! Oh my god, I missed so much DPS! Because she keep moving around, but she backs up and then when I decide to chase after her, she decides to trade places with me. Fucking bitch. And she's not giving me her tail either. Where are you going? Are you sleeping or are you fighting? You're still fighting. Okay. Which means... Come here! God damn it! Bitch! You can give me a fucking tail. I know for a fact that a tail is, can be cut because I've seen people cut a tail. This tail can be cut. It's really difficult, but it's possible. And but she refused to give me a fucking tail. Yeah. God damn it. Give me a damn tail! Oh well. I guess it was still a successful hunt. I can't tell... I can't see how to tell whether I broke her claws or not. Because if I'm not mistaken, her claws have a break state, but... And I did hit it. But I don't know how to tell if they're broken or not. And it looks like I'm phasing into my railgun a little bit, but it's fine. It'll do. Hello, harpy. Welcome. How's it going? Welcome to Anomaly Research Grind. This number needs to be 111 before Dark Tide comes out. And we are very, very slowly getting there. I doubt I'll be able to reach it by tonight. Yeah, we're very slowly getting to Anomaly Research level 111. Oh, did I miss the previous missions output for talismans? It all's probably trash. Yeah, all trash. Trash. So much trash. Let's get rid of all of the trash. Use accelerant. Yes, I have plenty of accelerant to go. Trash. That might not be bad, if only that windproof was something useful. Guard up and burst? No, not great. Interesting skill distribution, but not great. Trash. Guard up, recovery up, and nope, trash. The slots in that thing are useless. All runner proofs. Trash. Anyone who has not played this game yet? Welcome to Monster Hunter Rise Endgame. You'll be staring at the screen a lot. Recycling trash. All of this trash. Needs more skills. Not good enough. Garbage. Garbage. Garbage! Look at how many patients of trash I have. Garbage! Garbage. 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 You know, I really do prefer Monster Hunter World's Decal farm rather than talisman farm. It's because Deco farm,
いざ完成
you're rolling once to see what the deco skill is, and that's it. Whereas in this game, you're compiling multiple rolls into a single item, and you need those multiple rolls to go right. You need the first skill to roll good, you need the first skill's levels to roll good, and then you need the second skill to roll good, and then you need the second skill's levels to roll good, and then you need to roll slots, and you need the slots to roll good as well, which means it's there's like so many layers of RNG and that goes into generating this one item, and it's so annoying. If all three RNG rolls on the item doesn't go well, the item is trash. As opposed to the deco farm of World where rather than rolling like 3 RNGs on a single item and hoping all 3 of them go well. This is very interesting. Yeah, rather than rolling 3 RNGs on an item and hoping all 3 of them go well, you're only rolling once. And if you get good, then good. If you get bad, then too bad. Master's Touch 2 and Defense 3 on a charm. Master's Touch is a very rare skill. Thinking about it. I did just get the ability to craft Master's Touch though. But it's still a hard skill to slot for. And then again, I don't play crit, so that's useless on me.
いざ出来上がりだよ
Oh, garbage.
いくぞ
Oops. Damn, I didn't mean to do that.
いざ
Remove the accelerant.
完成
Oh. Garbage. I'll just claim this first and then... Kill one more.
いくぞ
I go.
いいもの揃ってるよ
Welcome to the loot box grind, motherfucker. I understand a little bit of loot box grind, and it'd be slightly less infuriating if it wasn't for the fact that, like I explained, the way this RNG is set up is that you need at least 3 separate RNG rolls
アゲロウさんみたいに
to go well on a single item for it to be useful.
落ち着いた雰囲気
If a single one of those doesn't go well, then the entire thing is trash. I would have massively preferred if charms were crafted and then treated as a potential slot that we could augment provide hero crafting as opposed to charm RNG and then augment RNG for the other pieces of equipment. Oh. What? Okay, there it is. I just met my adorable parrot. He's back in parrot form now. Yeesh, I need to go to the washroom again. I've been drinking a lot of water. But yeah, if you guys don't mind me going to the washroom. Love you guys. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. Harpy. Enjoy view of adorable parrot. In the meantime, I'll be happy. I'm back. Let me get back into my BDSM chess harness. Alright. You guys know that I haven't actually watched the Monster Hunter movie yet. And I mean the Western movie in addition to the CG movies that Capcom is putting out. I haven't seen any of them. I thought that the CG shorts they've been doing, I think they're shorts. I heard that those shorts are not bad. I never got around to watching them. Mainly because they involve a certain character from well, excitable A-lister. That guy, and to be honest, that guy is a character that I don't really find all that compelling. Even in Monster Hunter World, and then in all those CG movies, apparently we see that guy even earlier in his monster hunting career, so he's even more of a noob. Yeah. I just don't really enjoy that character.
またな。
Question mark? Do you not know about the Monster Hunter CG movies? Yeah. Monster Hunter has a bunch of CG movies that they released. I think they released it 2 years ago? Maybe 3? You saw clips? Yeah, same here. I mainly saw clips. Yeah, I was never interested in those movies. Because yeah, the main character is the excitable A-lister whom I don't really find compelling as a character. It was only at the end of Monster Hunter Iceborne that the excitable A-lister became a compelling character for me. Since we actually got to hunt Fatalis together. That was fun, hunting Fatalis along with him, even though it was only for one phase. Oh, green by everyone. Cheers. I'm glad that whatever they did to get, well, technically it's a different engine, so I doubt that whatever they did to get the acceptable A-lister to work as a hunting partner in Iceborne's Fatalis quest is at all similar to what they're doing to get followers to work in this game. I'm glad they brought it back in a larger capacity in Rise, having AI partners with you. I just wish that followers could come with me on these anomaly hunts. I hope that one of the title updates introduces the ability for followers to join us in anomaly hunts. Either that, or knowing how this game categorizes things, I hope that they introduce an anomaly section in the follower quest section. That's more likely how they're going to do it. Introduce a bunch of anomaly quests we can take in the follower section. Yeah, I would really like to hunt anomalies with followers. I know that there is a mod that allows me to bring followers on every quest, including normal quests, but if possible I would like to not have to use a fucking get in there mod. Especially since the mod could break at any moment. In fact, the mods that I'm using right now for wholesome clothes It's probably gonna break once Titan Update 3 comes out. I'm gonna have to go back to my standard armor. Until then, I'll be glad to have these totally wholesome clothing mods available. I think I need to redesign Numi's outfit a little bit. Numi's outfit looks quite hideous, if I'm being honest. Alright, let's get Espinas to help us first. Oh wow, that's what it means. Don't mind if I do. Wirebug. Spider. Spew my white stuff on him. Alright, eat fish. Grab red wirebug. Cancel into prompt. And let's go. Hi, music. Oh, really? How did I? Oh. Nice. Oh, why did I look like that miss? Slam. Fuck up. Wait, we procced a stun already? Damn. It's a waste off. Doesn't matter, we'll take it. Get her, cats! Cute. Fuck you. Stab. Stab. And another trip. She went far away. Oh, doesn't matter. Let's go. Ah, damn it. I mistimed that. Oh, good job, cat. Right. Give me that. And weapon out. Charge and fuck you. Tired. Right. Charge. Fuck you. Oh, mounting already. Right. Let's go and say hi to the cat, shall we? Cancel and let's go. Cat is leaving. Oh, nice. He's going to the other area. Good. There's a very good place to fight. Over here, cat. Come on. Right over here. Come on. Come on. Come on. There we go. Bonk. Eat fish and mount up. Oh god damn it. How the hell do you lose to a Mizu? Swipe. Thank you, fish. Swipe and one more. Finisher. One and oh, nice, good job, cats. Stab. Stab. Oh my god, really? I thought she only does that once. Damn. It'd be great if you could get her, cat. Oh. Oh, fucking. Oh my god, that went clear off the map. Cat really didn't fire. Numi, you could fire them at any point now. Numi? Oh, now's a good time to fire. Numi, okay, thank you. Slam first and stab. Are you okay? You kinda missed me. What'd she trip way over there? Stab. Can I get this off in time? Ah, not fast enough. Oh, time. That was a long shot anyway. Oh, goddamn. There was no way for me to recover from that in time. Thank you, fish. Maybe? Ah, perfect. OMG, you got... Oh yeah, I did. It's been a while. Hi, girls. I was actually... way back in what, April, May? Yeah, I got banned on Twitch. Paramad. So can't come back. And as far as I could tell, it's for a really stupid reason. Okay, then okay, girls. Camelios is here. Okay, need to get ready to fight Camelios. Oh. Come on, hurry. Powder and fish. Come on. Okay. Cancel. Eat it. Oh god! Oh fucking! Oh whoa! Okay. That jump scared me a little bit. That was an alert that I put into my stuff specifically for a Spooktober, and yeah, someone finally triggered it. Fuck you. Oh. Alright. What? Knocked her over? Oh, really? You fell. Okay, you know what? Doesn't matter. I'll take it. Fuck you. Okay, get one more. None of the beetles here are prepared, so we need to prepare this immediately. There we go. What's she doing? She's tired, but I don't have bugs to perform a big attack. Damn. Oh. Oh, now I do. I timed that wrong. Oh, really? Okay, that attack has a much larger hitbox than I expected. No, you don't. Charge. One more. I'm slipping. Oh wow, is this the first time we're actually landing them? Oh god, I'm sliding! Oh god. Heck, she's done. Okay. Wait, no. I keep forgetting. All Mizuzunes are male. I've never seen a female Mizuzune. So yeah, I'm here now. Oh girls, thank you for subscribing. Mwah. Hope you're doing okay. So you changed sexual lyrics? No, not actually. according to the lore, female Mizus exist. It's just that we've never seen one. They have never appeared in any Monster Hunter game before. I believe there exists concept art of female Mizus, it's just that they never made it into any game. Yeah, I think I'm not familiar with the lore other than the fact that female Mizus exist. Technically, I think there was some explanation for why we haven't seen any female Mizus in the lore, but I don't remember what the explanation was. I feel like I've seen it before. Need actions, wait, no, useless. Actually, about that subscriber sound. Yeah, it's a really rare sound to play because it's the way subscribers work on YouTube is that unless the person doing the subscribing makes their subscriptions public, which is a setting that you can do that you can set in your Google account, I believe, or YouTube account. By default, everyone's subscriptions are set to private, but if you want, you can set it to public. If you set it to public, then and only then will the YouTube API acknowledge that you subscribe to someone, and the alert will play. And very few people actually know about that. The fact that YouTube subscribers can set their subscriptions to public. But the main reason why I set that as a sound alert for Spooktober specifically was because if you guys, anyone who's been around long enough would remember I played Fallout 4 a while back, and I actually modded Fallout 4 a little bit. I created my own custom mods in Fallout 4. Technically, I only created one custom mod in Fallout 4, but it was a music replacer mod, and I replaced combat music with my own selection of musics, and the music that one of the musics that I use for enemies who are really low level compared to you was that. And the thing is, I introduced that music into my Fallout 4 playthrough as a joke, because you know, if you hear this, I'm going to play the alert again. If you hear this, we're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. Yeah, if you hear that, it's clearly a joke. It's a remix of Never Gonna Give You Up, but it's so loud, and the air horn ended up jump scaring me. So whenever I would wander around and then suddenly I would get ambushed by I don't know, some rat roaches, trash mobs. It's actually, if any like trash mob that's usually small that I miss noticing and they end up right next to me and combat stats, that music would jump scare me. So yeah, what I introduced into my falafel as a joke ended up being a jump scare whenever weak monsters attacked me. Uh, and that's why I decided to bring it back as that sound alert for Spooktober. Ooh, a Rathalos. Okay, a Rathalos is a lot easier to hunt. Let's see if we can find some Rathalos hunt with good conditions. Something that'll give us a lot of points. Not good enough. Alright, looks like we only have one Rathalos that would give us good point rewards, but oh well, that's fine. On this Rathalos and the shrines. Get that point bonus. No, I never actually hunted with this. Nah, it's hideous. So hideous. No thank you. Also, technically this weapon, the amazing thing about it is the unique thing about it has to do with its with the fact that it has dual element and poison at the same time. But sadly I don't use that weapon, so yeah, I can't get that special effect. I wish I could get the special effect for running the weapons layered armor, but no, sadly I don't. Oh well. Moneymaker. You don't need moneymaker. Oh. Anyone grab the chinks? Time for more combat drugs. And grab it. Cheers. You ready for hunt? Now, if I remember Anomaly Rathalos, I actually have some difficulty with Anomaly Rathalos because he's slightly unpredictable, but it should still be doable. Oh, let us go. I forgot to redesign Yumi's costume. I'll do that after this hunt. Remind me, chat. Remind me to redesign Yumi's costume after this hunt. Oh. Yoshi. Really? No red notes at all up here? Normally we have at least one red note up here. Oh, there it is. There's the red note. Ooh. Give me this. Thank you. You designed Numi's cosplay? Yeah. I'm trying to think of what costume to give him. I think I have an idea. But I have to... Well. I'll test it out later. Once we're done with this hunt. Right up here, and once we get what we need from up here, where's the... I keep wanting to call this a pheasant, because it kind of looks like a pheasant, doesn't it? I just realized something. I need to change this to anti-wyvern, right? I think I remember. I would miss out on some damage if I didn't change it. Hi. Let's go. There's one now. There he is. Let's get ready to puppet spider him. Yeah, Magna. Let me cover you with sticky white stuff. Eat fish and cancel. Let's go. Wait, Maslos is leaving. Oh. Well, alright then, we'll just wait for him here then. Come on down. I'm waiting for you. Alright, nice. He's entered red mode. Oh. Stab and stab. Finish her. Take your drugs. Change. Pick one. Immediate cancel. Damn, he went behind me. Oh, outside. It's not a given that could hit anyway. It's in fact quite common for it to miss. Thank you. You only did that once? You only does that twice, I thought. Oh, you know. Give me that. Here. Good job, cat. Step. Change back up. Charge and fuck you. Oh. Another monster's here. Right. Oh god damn it! Oh my god! Are you serious? Okay, I have to go right now. I don't have enough time to regenerate my fish buff. Damn. Oh. Nice. Slam and one more. Finisher. Stab. Immediate cancel. And charge. Good job, cat. Stab. And immediate cancel. Fuck you. Ah, fuck! Yeah, that's what I mean by he's unpredictable. Sometimes he does one particular fire attack in the air, other times he does the other one, and it catches me off guard. Oh well. Is that a giant corn cup? Yeah, it is. I love corn. Especially extra thick corn. Nice ribbed corn. Might as well pick up resources over here. None of the bugs are prepped. Okay, let's get a big one while we can. Oh, really? You targeted not me and then you switched targets? Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Yeah, like I said, this monster is unpredictable. Oh god damn it. Nice. Oh damn, that's we're wasting the Thunderblight. That's unfortunate. Oh, it's fine. We'll just take the damage. Okay, fire. Bonk and bonk and bonk and bonk. Charge again. Going. Nice. Raise position and one more. Fuck you. I'm surprised I haven't broken any of his parts yet. Really? Could you come back here, please? Just right over here. That'd be great. Get out of the corridor. Over here. Thank you. Fuck you. Oh, finally I broke something. Really, I broke his back. I mistimed that. Charge! Really? Oh, come on! I pressed the button. Really? Paralyzed now? Oh, fine. I'll use the opportunity to refresh my fish breath and then... Good job, cat. Oh, god damn it. I mistimed that. Mistimed. Give me that. Thank you. And that. Right. Let's go back to camp to use it to top us up. Alright. Top this up. Top up fish bar. Wait, no. Hang on. Hang on. No, 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 no. Ah. Oh, it's fine. I'll just do. It isn't a normal layer. It's technically something that... It's technically a layered armor that existed from base Rise. Although it was only turned into a layered armor in Sunbreak. It's a weapon. I don't know what attack broke this part, but I'll take it. Nice. Ah, I dashed right into that. With a Thunder Beetle, I might be able to... If I can combo this with my cat's Thunderblight launcher, I might be able to get an extra Thunderblight proc. But I have to wait for the cat to send one first. Cancel. Can I get this? No, it's fine. That was a long shot. Oh, you gotta be shitting me! What? I got stunned from that? Yeah. Fuck you. Fuck you. Really? Huh. Is he going to sleep? Question mark? Let's see if he's going to sleep or if he's... No, he's still not going to bed yet. Okay.
この粉塵で強くなれ。さらに強く。
Right, let's go. Oh god damn it. I missed. You get better at throwing that from the air.
愛してるぜ。ぶちかますぜ。
Fuck you. Oh, nice.
が俺のお供。
Cancel. One more.
これは俺が狩る。
Fuck you. Really? I thought I was going to walk into my attack. Oh. Oh, now he chooses to fucking... Really?
ぶちかますぜ。
What? Oh! Oh, okay.
まだまだ。
Okay, so this is going to end with that.
覚悟し
So,
やがれ。
who won? Oh, Magna won. Right. Okay, if Rasalos is mountable already, that means Magna is definitely mountable.
交流始めるぜ。
Bonk. Oh god damn it! Okay, that interrupted my fish bath. Don't have time anymore. Let's go.
総流行くぜ。
It was that low?
どうだ。
Oh well. I'll take it. I just gotta keep your giant corn-cob sharp. Yeah, of course. Gotta make sure those nice ribs and lump bumps are properly polished so that it goes in nice and smooth. Especially when I'm jamming deep inside this motherfucker's asshole. Magna Mother being able to help me secure key? Yeah. Good boy, Magna. As a reward, he gets to live for today.
おっしゃ、次だ次。うん。
Not the best end screen, but oh, I'll take it. Lots of Amber Essence. Good. Actually, this is more than what I normally get. Oh. Alright. What level are we up to? 98. We need 13 more levels before I achieve my objective. Yeah, definitely not gonna be able to achieve it today. We'll try to get as far as we can though. Okay, the top is asking for a nip slip, is it? It's fine, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I used Tate. Yes.
ただいまお値引き中。
That's how. That's how.
何が出る次頑張ろう。
That's how everyone keeps their top on. Hey.
不思議。
Oh, the boost in item prolonger. Garbage! There we go.
毎度あり。
Alright, can you need to handle the farm. Oh right, I also need to redesign Numi's outfit. So we'll do that all together. I'll handle the farm and also redesign Numi's outfit. First things first. Oh. Yeah, Mo needs to talk to me. Blah 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 blah. Tea shop? Oh, you. Okay, well, we'll talk to you later. For now, we'll go to the farm first. Oh, god damn it! Fucking! Yeah. Climb properly, please. Thank you. Come on back, boys. Thank you for your service. Really? Only flash bombs? What the fuck? I have never seen the rare item shop only have one item. What the fuck? Oh well. It's first time for everything, I guess. Right. Time to welcome back the mercenaries. See what they got for me. Hopefully they got me lots of good fish. Rare fish, yes, excellent. That's what I needed. Pot fish is also good. Combustuna is just a bonus. Big combustuna is good. Great white fish, very good. Okay, they got us some great white fish. Perfect. Alright. Now let's see. Where do I send them? My mercenaries have pretty much just become fishermen. I send them to regions where I can get the best fish, and for some reason the lava caverns keep giving me either a lot of fish nodes or bonuses to the fish nodes. Let's have you guys get mushrooms and fish. Along with Asian and Spider. Okay. Good job everyone. Let's send out some different people. Mitchell. Maka. Makia. Maka. Hey. Where you guys go? Coming to the bottom is peace scheme. You're running naughty mods on you. What? What are you talking about? Yes, I'm running some mods, but they're 100% wholesome mods. Totally say so. 100% wholesome say so mods. Ish. You just there to enhance my Halloween costume. Yes. Because you know, Lucky mentioned that if I wanted to be a good girl, I would wear a proper Halloween costume, and I was like, you know what, Lucky, yeah, I should wear a proper Halloween costume. So I went to look for mods to give me that proper Halloween costume, and yeah. missing here? Let's see what. It's low. Might seeds are low. God bugs are low. Scatterfish are still fine. Alright, my order is going to be God bugs and the seeds. Let's go. Alright. Oh, and then again, might see. Kylon, you're going to what? No, that's not the seed I want you to get. Kylon, you're gonna give me adamant seed. See last cat. Yes, you're gonna get me God bugs. Off you go. It's November 9 now, pretty sure the following excuse as well as course. Don't worry about it. You know how some people leave their Halloween decorations up for way too long? I'm one of those people. As people who've been on the stream long enough can attest to, I leave my Halloween alerts on way too long. Same applies to my Halloween costumes. Yes. Yes. Been a while since we wave to the cats. Hello, cats. Come up with lots of good loot. Bye. Good luck. Actually came here for another reason as well. I need to check the canteen. I need to check on the amount of gourmet fish I have. I still have a decent amount, so we'll leave it as is for now. Let us head back to the tea shop. Let me just try to voice this segment a little bit because we very rarely get this voice line, so think water first. Right. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bravo! Thanks for taking care of my research request! Now I'm up to my elbows in data! Couldn't have done it without you, partner! I prepared a special reward for you and some investigation cards! Enjoy! Even a person as dumb as you should be able to know how to use them, right? Now there's more where those came from, so if you keep completing my research requests, you'll get more. Go on! Get to it! Get the fuck out of here! Go do my bidding, motherfucker! Go! Alright. Alright. Now we need to redesign Yumi's outfit. Let's see here. Light armor for Yumi. What armor should I make for you? Oh, that looks good actually. Not the mask, but the body piece looks good.
Yeah.
Oh,
There we go. Crafted. Right.
now let's go and redesign Numi's
Costume. Let's see.
layered armor,
Range layer armor.
Numi.
Alright, now.
Need to change armor pigment.
Give Numi back his colors.
Is a very magenta color, and it's bright.
Oh,
Increase saturation, increase contrast. Let's push it a little more into the red. That's too red. A little bit back.
right, there we go. Nice new costume.
That's kind of cute, actually. Oh, really? Oh, it's just gonna give me some tickets.
Yeah, fuck you.
We need to hunt in the flooded forest, but we're not getting any quests for those.
Because the bonus is here.
Oh, time to hunt another Rathalos. Even though I don't use the dog, the
Okami skin, honestly, is the best skin so far. I love the Okami skin.
I know there's Mega Man dog skin, but honestly it looks quite hideous.
Oh,
The combat trucks.
I'll be the last closer combat trucks for me today. Thank you everyone. Cheers. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
出発するか。
Oh, oh, I just remembered.
Sure. Before we go on this next hunt,
I want to show you what I was talking about.
the channel I was talking about. This is the channel. I've been watching a lot of recently.
In addition to my the bird channel.
I've been watching a lot of this. This kind. It's that's a Samoyed. Really, really adorable.
Let me try and look for a video where the dog does his howl. me see here.
Here. Here.
And let me reduce
The volume for now. Aww.
아이고야, 무슨 일이야?
Aww.
우유지 뺏겼어?
He has the most adorable little howl. Aww. Yeah, that's a winter dog.
Excuse me. 거기 우유집인데
Aww.
좀 나와줄래?
So adorable.
아는 물건도 다 빼줘야지.
and their daughter is kind of growing up with the dogs as well.
Oh, he's learning a lot of good lessons from playing with them. Aww.
I leave the dog house a lot here.
Yeah.
여기서 뭐 하고 있어?
Aww.
오니한테 침대를 뺏겼어.
Every time I watch these videos, like I just can't help but smile.
They're really good relaxation videos.
Yeah, I've been watching that a lot lately. This makes me happy to see the adorable dog and the little girl is also adorable.
But I'm there for Wu
aka Milk.
行くぜ頼むぜ相棒
Smelt it. Huh. I never knew that he would actually run down the vines there.
Oh,
I always kind of jumped off the vines. It would have been faster if you just jumped off.
uh-oh. Up here. Get
着々
that.
と進行中だ
Yoshi.
疾走
Get that.
Oh, lots of red notes up here.
何が出るかな
Thank you.
More red notes?
Don't mind if I do.
The red notes technically don't contribute that much to research level gain, but every little bit counts, right? The main thing they're here for is to give me more rolls of random quest generation, so that I have more quests to choose from.
いただき依頼一丁上がり
I believe there is a Christmas themed layer armor I could have my hunter wear. So maybe once it gets closer to Christmas, I'll probably put on some Christmas themed layered armor.
はいついた
Alright. Let's go.
Where is Chi? He's all the way up there. And the monsters that we have are monkey and raptor. Both of those are fairly weak. As far as
力を引き出せ
mountain monsters go. So what we'll probably try to do is
強くなれ
mount one of them anyway, and then we'll hope that they cycle out and something else cubs it. Because the monster cycles out faster if you mount
やら
them.
せてもらうぜ
Right. Ready?
Get that?
And let's go.
総流始めるぜ
Nope. Wait.
Hang on. Wrong turn. That turn. That's what I want. Hi.
Fancy meeting you here. Nope.
つけたぜ
Now, if you would be so kind as to raid for me.
That'd be nice.
Right, nice. Okay, he entered the mode.
Good. Now we can.
Oh! Smash and smash. I can do the third one.
So let's.
Just finish her.
思い知ったかてめえは俺が狩る
Charge. Cancel. One more.
でかいのが来るぜ
Cats, take your drugs. Let's go. Cancel. Fuck you. Eh. I might have been able to cancel all of that to
Shield that at all.
I misjudged my
Recovery.
what? How did that not latch on? Nice. Give me that and
Charge.
両本能全開だぜ
oh really?
Tired. Alright.
Take that free damage.
さすが俺のお供
Good job, Captain.
Holds him there.
乗っちゃうぜ
I hope that hit him.
I'm not.
not entirely sure of hitboxes sometimes.
俺の音も最高
Yeah. Leaving already?
するぜ
That's really fast.
I was waiting for him to re-enter red mode before I use this on the bugs over there.
Oh,
研ぐぜよいしょ
Give me that. Change. Up closer.
and charge.
用心しろよ
Oh, nice.
Uh,
Guess we go?
the monster's right over there,
行
so
くぜ
Yeah, I think we'll just fly all the way down and get the monster to help us. Why not?
and hi.
I need to make sure that that Rathalos actually impacts the right monster. There we go.
Your turn. Let's go.
さすが俺の音俺の総流見せてやるぜ
Bad time for the paralysis to proc.
Oh,
俺の音も最高
And Thunderblight. Oh,
that's awful.
I'm not. I did it. Oh, I managed to proc the stun.
Okay, fine. I'll take it.
どんなもんだ
Oops. Oh god damn it, what am I doing?
I had a brain fart moment. Fuck you.
一つこなした
That's the move I wanted.
調子に乗っちゃうぜ
I don't know why my brain just
That's some wires cross.
罠大成功
Alright. I'll take this opportunity for
Another ult.
fuck you.
買い出せ仕掛けてくるぜ
Okay,
I'll take it.
cancel and
Fuck you.
待つぜ
Good job, cat.
ah damn. Missed.
Oh,
That was a long shot anyway.
さすが俺の音も
what, really?
I didn't latch on. Not fast enough.
I was gonna try to...
Back up and super armor that ward.
用心しろよ
Oh!
Too slow.
俺の音も最高
Oh god damn it! I misjudged that.
貸し一つだぜ
Yeah, this guy is very unpredictable. he immediately went into a charge. Sometimes he just lands, sometimes he goes into a charge, sometimes he breathes fire an extra time.
His moveset is, yeah, unpredictable.
でかいのが来るぜ
Okay. Managed to redirection that.
用心しろよ
Rajang,
でかいのが来るぜ
Q.
Ah! There was no way for me to recover from that time.
まだまだ
Come here.
Get down here!
乗ってきたぜ信用本能
Fuck your wing.
だぜ
Fuck you.
Ow.
Ah! Help me.
Oh, he's leaving.
Phew.
Alright, here's the thing. I want the Rajang to help me against Rathalos, but there's no way for me to guarantee that the monster I call using the pheasant is going to be the Rajang. So we have to go to him.
はい取った
And this is what we're gonna do. We are going to...
Uh,
よし今だ
We're going to do this, and then we're going to do this.
drink.
Powders.
この粉塵で強くなれ
Okay. No matter who comes, we want to be here.
仕掛けに来るぜ
Okay, it's
Bishaten is coming. Okay, that's fine.
come on, be shut in.
Get over here.
でかいのが来るぜ
Alright.
Fight each other. Go.
This is not what I wanted. I wanted Rajang.
So,
Here's what we're gonna do. We're going to mount Bishaten, and then immediately have Bishaten put Rajang into mounting, and then now we take Rajang.
and we go.
俺の総流見せてやるぜ
Rajang is a much stronger mount than Bishaten, so that's why we're going for Rajang specifically.
It would have been really nice if I had the red wire bug buff for this, but oh well.
I'll take.
Ooh.
Wakey, wakey!
Has some double damage. That would have done a ton of damage. Oh god damn it. Okay. Don't take any chances, just fuck him up! Fuck you!
ぜ 仕掛けてくるぜ
I haven't learned the distance for that move yet.
愛してるぜ
Damn.
俺のお供よ
There's a chance to do some damage, Bob.
Swipe and stab.
Stab.
Stay right there, please. Ah, you got. Oh, okay. I think it's part of that.
Still hidden.
Ore 俺のお供最高調子に乗っちゃうぜ
Damn. Fuck you.
用心しろよてめえは俺が狩る
Stab. Oh god damn it. The, his forward movement on attack is a lot shorter than you think it is. Cute. Fuck. Nice. Is he leaving? Yep, he's leaving.
I may immediately come back here.
Let's see. If he's gonna immediately come back here, we need to make sure that we're
ドイツ
outside
の
of
出番だ
the
ぜ
zone so that he can go to bed.
Let's see.
Is he coming back?
No.
Alright then. We have one more hunting fire beetle.
Fine.
Stay right.
There, please. Hi.
乗っちゃうぜ 愛してるぜ
Fuck you.
俺のお供よ
Nope.
Thought so.
Stab. I was hoping for an explosion.
Oh. Oh. Ah.
完璧通るぜ
I need to remember that there's a brew hair here if I ever come by this location again.
Where's a...
Worth a lot.
Oh. Yeah, I really like Mimi's new costume. Makes him look extra cute.
I can't tell if that extra Amber Essence is from doing the research quest or it's because I'm even higher research level now. Is this used to be giving 9, not 10?
Hmm. Oh,
Oh, new guild card titles.
although I doubt I'll ever use them. I generally don't use guild card titles.
They give you so much.
強くおおやったねついてるねちょっと緊張
Oh, garbage.
いくぞ
Da,
毎度あり
da, 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 da. Uh,
元気そうだな
Let's see.
Ooh, that's good. And
That's good.
one large monster. Yeah, fuck the flooded forest.
We don't need that.
I'm gonna grab this and I'm gonna immediately go out again. We need more fucking levels. Fucking this level grinding.
安寧の日が訪れますように
I'm low on meats.
But let's
Let us order some meats then.
um thank you for the delicious well-done steak.
さて
Now I need to... Oh, he's over here this time.
I forget that he moves.
What? No, no.
Hang on.
出発するか
Yeah, blah 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 blah. Tango tickets. Okay.
一休み
I think we're gonna order another round. I have so much raw meat. Apparently I'm running out of steaks.
So yeah. Another round of 98.
Thank you.
行くか
Tango tickets.
Right.
Well,
We should have enough meat to last us for a while.
yep.
Welcome back, Harold. Everything going okay? I'm out of combat drugs, so
Just gonna hide you.
maybe the dangles are made out of konjac? I don't know what konjac is. Typically dangles are just made out of rice. Primarily, that's the main ingredient, rice flour. Japanese people use rice flour to make a lot of different desserts, and dangles are among them. Which is unfortunately the main reason why I don't really like dangles, because I don't really like the taste of rice flour desserts.
So, a lot of the Japanese desserts made using rice flour,
I just don't like the taste.
not my thing.
Morai. Itadaki.
Another day, another hunt.
On a slow fucking crawl up to AR 111.
はい取った。
You didn't get rice flour last time you go to Asian shops? It's an acquired taste.
Rice flour.
頼むぜ相棒。
And unfortunately,
I did not acquire that taste.
I much prefer wheat flour desserts rather than rice flour. Rice flour has a very distinctive, well, specifically the foods that you make out of rice flour. Because they use rice flour, it has a very distinctive sweet taste to it that I don't like.
And while I know that
Wheat flour desserts tends to be fairly sweet as well. It's just that the type of sweetness that is in rice flour desserts, I just don't like that type of sweetness. It's
itadaki.
yeah,
it's a distinctive type of sweetness that I don't enjoy. You just want to make some dumplings. Ah, dumplings. Technically you can use wheat for that, can't you?
Morai.
Now that I think about it, the dumplings that are made by Japanese, do they use rice flour or wheat?
到着。
I'm not sure.
alright. Let's get ready.
We have a Puki Puke and a Flaming Bishaten on the map. The Flaming Bishaten is better than the
力を引き出せ。
normal Bishaten.
この
The
粉
Puki
塵で
Puke
強くな
is
れ。
not ideal, but we'll see. We'll plant a Wilnut and we'll see what it attracts.
Right,
Discard one of these, and alright. Wilnut,
call for a friend.
who are you calling?
見つけたぜ。 調子に乗っちゃうぜ
You're calling the
よいしょ
Flaming Bishaten.
right.
Nice, we managed to drive him into red mode.
So
まだまだ
Any damage Bishaten does to him will be to red mode Rathalos.
right. Let's go Bishaten.
I forgot to take my fish buff.
始めるぜ
I'll just have to
Wow! Really?
disconnection.
Oh wait, it might be because today's
Thursday morning, isn't it?
it could be the typical Steam service dying at this hour usually. Oh fucking!
Oh shit!
Ishate's losing. Fuck! Okay, okay. Whew! Ishate nearly lost. Oh my god. Why do you put me over here?
Really?
You're leaving? What? Why? Are you leaving? You just got here. Okay, you know what? Fine, fine, fine. He went into the same zone as...
Okay, okay, so
If we hurry, we might be able to get them to fight.
um
Let's go.
hi.
Fight, please. Okay, loss.
Eat fish?
No. Right. I swear, if he leaves again after the fucking Puki Puki. Oh my god, your attacks are so slow, Puki Puki. Okay, managed to get poison on it. So let's just lock him down. One more.
One.
We need to cancel and... Okay, he turned that to hit me.
Oh,
How have we not gotten that?
I wonder how we've not gotten
An explosion yet?
done so much damage to him.
Oh, really?
Stagger after that.
Oh, now the stagger the explosion happens. Hi, Lucky. Welcome. Hope you're doing okay.
てめえは俺が狩る
Oh,
I know that. I believe you mentioned that you are gonna have a busy work week this week, right? Hope your work week is going as smoothly as it can.
oh, nice paralysis. Good job, cat.
Back up and charge and
Fuck you.
さすが俺のお供
Nice.
I guessed that he was going to roll on me, and I guess right.
Right, so,
Let's grab that and
right, and we're going to go to
俺の総流見せ
I'm
てや
gonna
るぜ
switch areas to
over here.
because this area has some bugs that can help us. So let's just. Oh really? Please hit those. Thank you. Right, how about the other bugs? Those aren't prepared either. Alright, so we're going to do this. And plunk. I'm gonna avoid hitting those bugs, even though the camera is trying to force me into them.
どんなもんだ
Fuck you.
よいしょ
No, you don't.
Ah. Take this.
乗ってきてかいのが来るぜ
Okay, let me see. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! No! No! Screw you for fucking starting me out of my. Oh.
Eh,
着々と進行中だ上手だ
Oh, god damn it.
で仕留める
fuck you.
仕掛けてくるぜ
Oh.
本能
Fuck you.
全開だぜ
He hits like a fucking truck. Oh, good job, cat. No, you don't.
Nice. Got him.
Put one in his face, back up, and
Charge. And fuck you.
さすが俺のお供
fuck you.
用心しろよ
Damn, only the stake.
Caught him too. Some didn't do most of the damage on it.
Oh well.
Ah.
Oh my god. Fuck!
もう大丈夫だ
Yeah, so this guy is very unpredictable. I have a lot of difficulties fighting him because of his unpredictableness. Fuck you. Come on. You see that? Alright, I'll take it.
着々と進行中だ
Fuck you.
Damn. It fucked my intrepid. Okay. It's fine. You can do this.
Stay right there, please.
Ah, god damn it. Missed.
俺の音も最高
Leaving.
追いかけますか
Oh.
Offer to even work.
Next 2 days.
着いた
Like pizza is in Chinese.
You go away again next week. Oh, you're moving around still? Pizza will be overpriced, yeah.
What kind of food do you have while you're over there? You got your cornhole. Oh, it's fine, it's fine. I nearly got downbounded, but it's fine. In the end, nothing happened, so I'm good. I'm peachy.
力を引き出せこの粉塵で強くなれ
Alright, let me read Shatan's back. Alright, so let's try to see if we can get some damage in
Before things start happening.
Really? Leaving.
Oh, I mean still.
Mount state isn't off cooldown yet. Ah, god damn it. Is he going to land? Oh, he goes into immediate charge. Sometimes he just lands, sometimes he immediately charges.
And
There's no way for you to tell in advance
which one he's gonna do?
What? Oh god! Ah! Fuck! Hang on! 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 Ah! Ah! Shit! Shit! Shit!
貸し一つだぜ
Oh,
Easily.
okay.
What?
Whoa, what just happened?
What just happened? Lucky! Lucky!
Lucky. Thank you so much for the 69.
69! Thank you!
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much!
Oh my god, that's actually the goal and then some.
Well,
Okay, so yeah, I have more than enough for Ignite.
thank you so much, Lucky. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much. You always supported me. You've always supported me a lot.
Thank you.
まだまだ少し研ぐだけでピ
Thank you,
ッカ
thank
ピ
you,
カ
thank you. a lot of money for me.
ドカン
Thank you
と
so
かま
much.
そうぜ
Thank you.
爆弾を置いたぜ
Let's
調子に乗っ
try to finish this
Before he wakes up.
come on
ぶちかま
Mikey, I'm trying to aim for his wing specifically. Nice
達
wing
成
break
も近そうだ
and
せーの
you did the fucking bug mess up my
でかいのが来るぜ
my attack? The bug messed up my attack!
俺の音も最高もらった
Fuck you! Okay, where the fuck is that bug? Where are you? You motherfucker! Bitch! I'm amazed that he didn't get vaporized by my ult. Okay, so
The way that my ult works is that
hang on, let me get this. Okay, so the way that my ult oh, wait, no, hang on. I need to get that.
どれどれ
The way that my ult works is a bit weird. When I do this and I do the charge, the charge can be shortened if I hit something. And apparently, the bug was between me and the Rathalos, so the game registered me as colliding with the bug,
余裕だな
and because of that, my charge stopped, and I blasted that fucking bug instead of Rathalos. God fucking damn it, that bug. Although somehow that bug didn't get vaporized by my attack because there is another mechanic that's involved in that. Whenever you kill insects with attacks above a certain amount of damage, the insect, rather than, you know, curling up and dying and leaving a body, it just falls into pieces. So I guess, and you don't get any carve from it, but apparently the insect decided to not fall to pieces from my fan explosion, so oh well.
Waiting on long Cyberpunk 2077.
The update will. Wait, you actually have Cyberpunk 2077? I never knew that. Huh. Oh well, I'm still gonna wait until all the updates are done and then install mods before I get back into Cyberpunk.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lucky. Thank you thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 69. Thank you.
Got on sale a long time ago when. Oh wow, 70% off. You got it at a more worthwhile price, as opposed to fucking full price like me. Because god damn, that game is not worth full price in the slightest. I regret buying that game so much. Ugh. I rarely regret buying games, but I regret buying Cyberpunk. God damn, that game is so... It's so Bethesda. That's the best way for me to describe it. It's fucking
ようこそ
Bethesda up the wazoo. And Constitution 3 poison attack? And those slots.
That is a pretty damn good talisman.
Even though I don't think I'm ever gonna use this, I'm just gonna lock it. It's because it's got really good slot economy.
That's garbage.
It's also garbage, everything else is garbage.
I'll get attracted to corn. Is that why? Is that why
The bug got in front of me. Even though technically those bugs attack everyone.
because of my giant corn lance?
I was waiting for bug fixes they're implementing now. Are they done with the bug fixes? Are they well and truly done, or is there going to be more bug fixes? Because I don't think there's ever going to be an end to the fucking bug fixes. The game is so fucking broken. Not yet, more fixes? Yeah, of course.
With the way that they designed their fucking game.
And how spaghetti coded it is. It's bug fixes will truly never end. More bug will come with the DLC. Oh yeah, definitely. I expect the whole entire game to explode once the big mission DLC comes out.
今日もイケてるな。気をつけろよ。
Wait, there's a seat I can sit on. Oh, holding the bird.
There's a. I need to go to the washroom. So I want to just give you guys a nice view.
よ。
Yeah.
Zoom in. Unfortunately, the game zooms in really high. I can't direct the camera to go lower.
So.
元気そうだな。
Let me go to the washroom real quick, chat.
Hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far.
Well, we got for 4 hours. Let me see. I think we'll do at least 1 more hour. So that's about 2 more hunts. So yeah, let me go to the washroom real quick, and then when I get back, we'll do 2 more hunts. Okay, chat?
Love y'all.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Alright, back chat.
Well, I'm not sure if you heard,
Lucky.
if you're still around. Originally, there was supposed to be 2 story expansion DLCs for,
Cyberpunk.
but unfortunately, due to the state that Cyberpunk was released in, it appears that they've cancelled the second story DLC and have opted for just a single story DLC.
Just the one.
Which is very unfortunate.
But they kinda dug themselves into a hole.
With what they did with Cyberpunk. Such a thing.
Train wreck of a launch.
All of the resources they spent, I mean they would have spent on making the one of the DLC expansions, they instead funneled all of it towards
Just bug fixes.
non-stop bug fixes and feature development. Features that should have been in the game since launch, but no, they shifted the game with where 50% of the essential systems were all placeholders.
So yeah. So the second
DLC that they promised that they would make ended up just being the time spent the time they were supposed to spend working on it was spent working on features that should have been in game on launch.
plus an unending stream of bug fixes.
Right. They kind of pigeonhole you in with the whole Johnny Silverhand. It's fine. As the story aspects of the game aren't the problem. The problem is just how god awful the game's design was from a under the hood aspect.
The game was a fucking train wreck.
And the story wasn't the problem.
見守っててくれ
Problem was
How goddamn buggy it is, how it was put together, all the systems that they were supposed to have running in the game. Things like
the way glass works.
the way the way crafting works, the way the police works, the way a lot of different missions have one-off have features that are one-off to the mission itself and never used again.
That's so
It's so inefficient.
the way they developed the game.
And then also the way the storage system was technically broken up into 2 distinct storage systems. One in vehicles and one in the apartment. And they both had different rule sets that weren't linked in any way.
But then
I've heard someone mention that they've consolidated the storages so that now everything is V storage, whether you access it from your car or any of your safe houses, it's all V storage.
行くか
So,
No more storages divided between the apartments and vehicles.
with different rules for all of it.
Just one rule. It's insane to me that they shipped the game in that state. If something as simple as fucking storage is that messed up, just imagine how everything else is under the hood.
You know?
Imagine there was no Johnny but the Deal Force. But Deal Force, the code is criminal.
Really?
There was no Johnny Silverhand? But Johnny Silverhand was looped into so much of the game. He has comments for so much stuff. All of your companion side stories interact with Johnny in some way.
And the story?
And your story with Johnny? I wonder at what point of the development they decided to include Johnny then. Yes, all houses and vehicles are the same storage.
Okay, yeah.
They probably just slapped a band-aid onto it by saying, okay, this access point accesses all the storages. Because technically, based on what I know about game development, every single storage is the fact that okay, here's the thing. Every single storage, specifically the apartment, the safe houses, and the 3 hidden categories of the vehicle storages, all of them had this educated guess, all of them were treated as separate, which means all of them were considered their own storages. They have their own names, and the different points, interaction points, references the different names for the storages, the reference names. But now they consolidated them all so that all storage access all of them. What I think they did is that because all of the storages technically were designed so that they are all separate, I have a feeling that the access point just accesses everything, all of the different storages, as opposed to, you know, putting them all into a single reference name for storage. You get what I'm saying? Instead of grabbing the items from all of these different locations and putting them into a single location, I have a feeling what they did was that they made the access point access all of the locations at the same time. And yeah, that is such a, if I'm right, that is such a band-aid move to something that was a gigantic mess internally, but oh well.
怪異クエストに挑まれますか？
That's all.
ご分は
They dug themselves into that damn hole by having such a messy development cycle, so
That's the kind of stuff they have to do to get it to work properly.
They're gonna just sell it. Damn, I think Johnny was late edition after deal with Keanu. Interesting. I didn't know that. I wonder how much scrambling they had to do to add Keanu in then, because yeah, Keanu is like essential. It's like central to so much stuff. Main story, side stories has a lot of interactions between you and the characters and Keanu. Keanu has comments recorded for jobs, which technically, okay, the jobs, that one Keanu doesn't really interact with anyone because he just go in, do shit and leave, but at the same time Keanu has input. There's scripts for those, so yeah, the amount of work they would have had to do to loop Keanu in after all that was already designed, that would have been insane.
行くぜ行くぜ
Next update is supposed to fix police to be better. I'm not sure. I've heard about that. Some people who are still playing Cyberpunk have told me, or at least given hints as to what it's planned. Like a year or two before at least the other Johnny. Oh my god. Adding in something like Johnny Silverhand, who appears in so many different locations, into a game that was that far into development. Mess. Academics, but yeah, with regards to police, there is a mod going around right now that enables police organically arriving onto the scene in vehicles, and the police will chase you on vehicles as well. I've heard some people tell me that
頼むぜ相棒
that mod, all it does is it enables code for the new police system that already exists in the game. It's just been disabled because it's not complete yet, but the mod, essentially all it does is it flips the switch and turns on the new police code that the developers are slowly implementing and testing out. So yeah, technically it's not ready yet, but a large part of the police update is going to be police organically arriving on the scene with vehicles or whatnot when they can. Police will shoot at you from vehicles. Police will, when they arrive, they will dismount from the vehicle and then move to, you know, try to attack you and stuff. So yeah. They have that. Yeah, getting that. You're putting that into the game. Of course, the final version that they release might be changed a bit from what's currently available in the mod, because like I said, the mod is using test code that is
働き
just present in the game right now, so we'll see what happens once
到着
the actual update comes around. Welcome to Copy Cash Car and Developer Hell. Yep. The poor developers had to go through that hell. Item pouch. Discard one of these. Right.
さらに強く力を引き出せ
Right. Well done.
Bring someone to me. While waiting for the Wilma to arrive, we'll just
てめえは俺が狩る
do some damage. Angelus is coming.
Good, that's the one I wanted. Fuck you.
They quickly sharpen.
巻き込まれないようにしねえと。
You're gonna turf war?
Good. Oh, they're turf warring.
Eat?
Okay, that is a tough war that Angelus is gonna lose no matter what. Wait, what? He's leaving? Really? What? What?
交流始めるぜ。
Why? We literally just started. What the fuck? Okay, you know what? Fine. I'm taking Angelus and chasing after you.
Come here. I'm not done with you. Fuck you.
Uh,
Fuck you.
仕掛けてくるぜ。
oh, really?
でかいのが来るぜ。しゃ、行くぜ。
Ah, that clipped me.
愛してるぜ。俺のお供。
Nice.
俺のお供。最高。
Change.
Charge and fuck you.
Oh. Huh. Okay,
よし、今だ。
sharpen. Grab fish, I guess. Bishaten is quite near, so we're going to eat, cancel, grab that, and immediately go get Bishaten. Bishaten's leaving. Damn. You know what? Change your plans.
You're going to do this instead.
Oh.
Bonk.
And
もう前進。
bonk.
And bonk.
And oh, god damn it! Yeah,
思い知ったか。
I messed it up.
もらった。
It's so hard to predict how
Raphaelis is going to fly when
he's mounted, and you
bonk him on the wall. Fuck you.
愛してるぜ。俺のお供よ。
oh god damn it!
仕掛けてくるぜ。回復しといたぜ。
Come here.
さすが俺のお供。調子に乗っちゃうぜ。愛してるぜ。俺のお供よ。
Fuck you.
Almost thought I was gonna miss.
さすが俺のお供。
Nice. Good job, cat.
Oh come on, really? That didn't latch on? Ugh.
てめえは俺が狩る。
Fuck you.
Oh, Oh my god. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on?
Did he just double trap him? Yeah, they placed 2 traps.
手だ用心しろよ調子に乗っちゃうぜ
Oh my god.
でかいのが来るぜ
Ah, damn.
I was hoping to
愛してるぜ
block the stun before he...
Explodes. Oh well.
狩猟本能全開だぜ俺の音も最高
Good job, Cat.
広い一丁上がりはっ調子に乗っちゃうぜ
Cute.
Oh,
Haha. Come here. Come here, Wing. Fuck you. Okay.
how? Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna
I did it. Fucking hitboxes.
追跡するぜ
I know. Where did Ishaten go? He's down there.
So
You can't immediately go to Rathalos because
we have some stuff to pick up.
はい取った
These things right here. Thank you.
I'm also a Skyrim full of animations that were in code but not used in the final release.
Oh yeah. Something like that.
Although in the case of the police mod, the modders were using code that just
少し研ぐだけ
Oh, okay,
でピ
no.
ッカピカ
the original implementation of the police mod did not use any developer code. It was something that the modders came up with themselves. It was only after
さらに
that the developers started actually adding
Code. And
so the newest form of the mod you use developer code.
he didn't use that any developer code at all.
俺の総流見せてやるぜ
Oh, Angenes is mountable again. That's... Yeah, they definitely shortened the state cooldown. It used to be 10 minutes, but this was definitely not.
10 minutes yet.
God damn it.
キレキレだぜ
Smash. Smash. And smash. And finish him.
どんなもんだぶちかますぜ
Wing and charge.
Kill. Good job, guy.
Sweet. Ooh.
What? Fuck you.
Give me that. Take your drugs, cats. Give me that. Okay, what are you gonna do?
Uh-huh.
面倒な状況だぜ
Fuck you.
Ugh. Oh god damn it, he's so slow that
It dropped my timing.
愛してるぜ俺の友よ
ah damn.
Cat missed. Oh,
さすが俺のお供仕掛けてくるぜぶちかますぜ愛してるぜ俺のお供よ
Ah damn.
oh, it's fine.
At least that wipes the cooldown.
Stab.
さて追いかけます
Imagine
か
making a cake
よみがえれ切れ味
and put it in the oven. 30 minutes, someone come to you and say, at power flour, use 20 bucks. They say they use the mod idea. I have no idea if they took the modder's idea as inspiration or not. They might have used the modder's idea, or they might have just come to the same conclusion.
Oh, whatever.
でかいのが来るぜまだまだ
Good job, cat.
これで仕留める
Stab.
I was hoping that wouldn't.
俺のお供最高
Quiet, trap it hard. I got greedy. Can I
Yes, managed to combo.
with the cats?
Trap.
Oh god damn it.
And this time that. Fuck you.
Slam first. He's going to
Yeah, he always follows up.
get attacked with a bird claw attack.
Stab.
Right. He's always going to land after this.
If I'm not mistaken. Yep.
He did a little stumble forward though.
Oh,
完璧
I think that's the first time I've killed a monster with the final blast of my stake.
取るぜ
Previously, what the modders did to enable police chases in the
Um,
their mod before the devs started working on remaking the police system was they repurposed the racing AI to have the police chase you that way. Although the police could never get out of the vehicles, all they could do is just chase you in your vehicle. And I can't remember if they would try to shoot you or not, but
yeah.
that's all they would do. They'll just use the racing AI to chase you while you're in your vehicle.
余裕だな
Now, the devs appear to have done, think they've done something slightly different by having police arrive organically.
Because the original police chase mod,
I believe police still teleport around you, they don't really arrive organically. But in the whatever it is they're doing now, the police do arrive organically, so
I always love killing monsters with my stake.
it rarely happens, but
It's always so nice when it does happen.
alright, we cracked level 100.
I think one more.
Can I make 10 levels in a single stream? We're not going to get to 111 this stream, but
How many levels did I?
do today? I think we started at what, 92?
So
I'm gonna have to do some grinding off stream if I want to be able to make level 100.
next stream. I'll try to see what I can do.
おやいらっしゃい
Performance.
Yeah, garbage.
Look at how much Russell's parts I had.
行くぞご利用どうも
I will do one more hunt.
Oh god.
There's also a reason why I want to call the stream exactly after one more hunt. It's because I'm going to be going out in maybe an hour, or actually more like 2 hours. I'm going to be going out in about 2 hours to go and try to buy my new VR headset cable because everything is sorted with the HTC's customer support, and they told me go to their outlet address and buy the cable. So I'm like,
Yeah, gonna go later after I'm done with stream.
Nikkei grind is
P9, I remember why you stopped playing Destiny Chucky. Oh,
Nikkei. I can't remember. Was it Chinese or Korean?
you know, if
It was Chinese or Korean originally. I'm going to a party? Nah.
not the party.
I'm going to be going to HTC's local outlet and
Get new. Get my new.
hang on, my eyes itchy.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Get my new vibe cable.
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier,
The support you guys gave me during Spooktober already paid for the vibe cable, so
泊まれますか？
you don't have to worry about that.
安寧の日が訪れますように。
Today's goal was just for just for
eggnog.
our yearly tradition.
And this time, for making the eggnog, I actually have a food thermometer, so I'm gonna actually be able to pasteurize the eggs.
Rather than, you know, guess.
Whether or not the eggs are pasteurized.
I think it's Korean.
If it's Korean, then yeah, that's it's Korean grind.
What do you expect?
Korean grind is insane. You think Japanese grind is bad?
Korean is even worse.
Right. Let us get ready to do our last hunt
Another Vasalos quest.
to maximize research level gains.
So yeah.
気合十分だ。頼むぜ相棒。
Let's go.
Ah, God damn it.
Get up there. Thank you. Hmm.
もらい。使えそうなものはと。
Oh, I see lots of red notes. Yoshi!
疾走。はい取った。もらい。
Come to daddy.
Cheeseburger on the way.
Oh, cheeseburger.
I'm actually thinking of getting a light, well, quote unquote midnight supper when I'm out.
Because I'm going to.
Technically, it's a really small shopping mall, but there is a shopping mall there and there are some restaurants there, so I'm thinking of getting something as a midnight snack while I'm out. Once I'm done with the
もらい。
With the.
HTC Vive cable. They say 2 messengers of chicken ramen.
Oh, light dinner.
The chicken ramen, is it instant or no?
はい取った。
Come here, pheasant.
もらい。
Screaming pheasant.
Right, let's see. Who are the monsters?
到着。
We have an Almudron and an Anjanath.
Hmm.
I think we'll try to use the Almudron first.
You literally just change area, so
You should stay here for a little bit while we
grab a bus.
Hello, Death Hacker.
Aw. Welcome. How you doing?
さらに強く
Yes, instant, but yeah, cook chicken and mushrooms to the ramen after we. Ah, I see.
Okay, yeah.
Ramen sounds nice actually.
全力できな
Well, that's up to you.
Nice, managed to get it off. I eat fish. Yeah, unfortunately came in when we're in the middle of our last hunt for the day.
That I kept. Oh, hope you're doing okay though.
総流行くぜ
Second turning. There we go. Although, tuna sandwiches might
Have more.
well, less salt in it.
If you're worried about salt intake.
Bonk.
And
Fuck him up. Drugs. Change. Big one. Okay, that was a little weird, but
well, that was a
long shot anyway, so I'm not too upset about that one.
fuck you.
Light up. Oh shit!
I thought the attack was gonna come quicker.
Come here. Oh, really?
Interrupt me again? Oh. Fuck you.
Yep.
Thank you, Cats.
Let's go.
Nice.
Get some distance.
Turn around and fuck you.
Oh,
Tired. Alright then.
3 damage. Come over here.
Good boy. That's a good fuck meat.
Ah, too early. No, don't leave. Don't you dare fucking leave.
Okay.
Gotcha. Charge and go. You know we're gonna stay here.
Let's go.
We'll get Anjanette to help us later.
Let's So first,
見せてやるぜ
let us set this on fire.
there you go.
Now, bonk,
And
一歩前進
bonk. Okay, good. He's on the ground, which means this is a lot easier to control. Bonk.
決まったぜ
one more.
Are you serious?
Kill from that, really?
Yeah. Fuck.
着々と進歩追跡するぜ
Oh. Okay, now we can go and get the engine. I mean, it's better if we use this to start with. Knowing Falling made it to a stream.
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, sorry we're in the last hunt now, but yeah, I appreciate you being here.
よし
Hope I'm doing well. I'm doing okay. Yeah.
We had good hunts today.
And got amazing support from
Lucky.
Old girls finally found me here. Wait, I only have a wheel now. Fuck. Shit. Okay, in that case we want to go to Vassalos and draw Anjanette close.
Unfortunately, I wasted some time.
It's not a we'll make do.
乗ってきたぜ
Okay, that's how we need to be. Let's go. There was a spider there, but don't care.
Wait. Well, now?
Please do not call the Amuldron. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. You called the Amuldron?
てめえは俺が
Damn, the Amuldron is going to be...
Still on mounted cooldown.
愛してるぜ
nothing I can do about it, but still,
Outside of the peasant.
can't control what it calls.
俺の音も最高調子に乗っちゃうぜ
Oh,
Oh yeah, I forgot. Currently
got of it.
tired.
達成の近そうだ
Oh, back into it, no? You know what, maybe I should start with Wheelnut first rather than the...
Spider.
Maybe... the smother moving around.
Stab!
Eh,
さて追いかけますか
I have to very quickly.
いただき
Eat this.
And let's go. You did hear about my nice adventure with some others that came by for a visit.
Oh, you mean Yerde? Yeah, Yerde.
Yeah, they came for a visit. Had a lot of really delicious food with Yurde. Hi, Angie.
捕まって
Are you guys gonna turf war?
一歩前進
Doesn't look like it. Wait, Rathalos is mountable again. If Rathalos is mountable, that means Anjanette is mountable. So, that's what we're gonna do.
さすが俺のお供
Not gonna waste any time.
Immediately mount.
Anjanette, let's go.
総流始めるぜ
Yeah, the annoying thing about Rathalos is that
Instant charge that he does.
it's really hard to
Predict that because it comes out so fast.
思い知ったか
Miss.
put that back off.
愛してるぜ俺のお供よさすが俺のお供
Oh, nice.
I think the cats did that.
てめえは俺が狩る
Fuck you.
Oh,
Fell again. Alright.
so one more.
Fuck you!
俺のお供
Oh.
最高
That was a thunder blight. Okay, if I double up on this, I might be able to inflict thunder blight on him again. Take this.
Nice, got it.
You know, let's see if I can. Fuck it.
捕まって達成も近そうだ
Good job, cats.
We procced it.
Nice.
せーの 仕掛けてくるぜ
Come here.
乗っちゃうぜよいしょ
Where is
相手は
leaving?
虫の息だ
Ah, we'll let him go.
Collect some materials. You saw some of the food?
Not gonna lie, you kind of want some of it. Look really good for. Oh yeah, really good.
到
And
着
quite pricey.
Poor Numi and Sloth. Their wallets were.
Aching. Throughout the experience.
Well, it's worth it though.
At least I thought it was worth it.
Alright. Drink.
この
How
分
there?
で強くなれ
How
力
there?
を引き出せ
I believe I broke everything, right?
Yep, I did.
Right, so I'm just gonna put this here.
ドカンとかまそうぜ
Eat fish. Change.
てめえは俺が
Charge.
Change back.
Back here.
And positioned properly.
Wakey wakey! Sleepyhead! I'm not coming yet!
でかいのが来るぜ
Take this.
愛してるぜ俺のお供よ
Stir.
Ow.
Get into the wall.
One more. This should kill him.
No, not yet.
Alright.
仕掛けてくるぜ
Oh,
Fuck you. Come here! Oh, quite close.
決まりだ大事に使うからな
And we're done for today.
that was the last hunt.
はい取った
We both almost had the same sleep schedule.
慣れピッケ
I don't really have a sleep schedule anymore.
It's more of,
I sleep whenever I get sleepy.
and I wake up whenever I wake up.
Technically not ideal, but it's the only solution I've been able to come up with to deal with my insomnia.
ちょろいもんだぜ
I've always had insomnia. Or more like struggle with it.
Where I would somehow end up randomly being unable to sleep for like 2 to 4 hours.
No matter how much I try to sleep on time.
I can maintain a proper 24-hour sleep cycle for
A few days, but
after a few days it just drifts.
and yeah.
I've never been able to stop that from happening.
And I end up being sleep deprived. Usually what happens. Yeah,
I decided to adopt a sleep when
今日はお得なセールだよ何が出るか当たりだね
schedule.
ましょうがないね
of course it didn't give me the fucking grand prize when there was a statue to be won.
Oh well. Well, next time.
Defense boost and spirit will call. This would be a really good charm if we didn't already unlock Spirit Bird's Call as a deco. But since we already did, this isn't worth anything anymore. This is
Garbage as well. Excuse me.
よーしやるぞ毎度あり
It slows your times off.
well, I do try to stream.
In and around this time, somewhat.
Give or take 2 to 4 hours. Although sometimes, yeah, I start really late, or sometimes I start really early.
Right.
There is something I need to. Wait, like the gatherer box.
Oh, wait, hang on.
Let me talk to Emerald. Give me the.
Ticket, please. Thank you.
There's a problem with the gatherer box. It's too full.
I'll deal with it before we call it a day.
Which one is full?
Cass. Cass is a little bit of an overachiever. Completely filled out the box.
I'll just take all for now. We have one more round before I have to manage them.
I'm consistent because it's 4:30 p.m.
I'm more closer to Eastern
time rather than
Pacific. So technically right now is fairly late for me, but I still gotta go out. Ramen, sour cream ramen? That sounds disgusting. I don't think you're supposed to do that with ramen. That actually sounds disgusting. Well,
I guess if
it's
tasty, then alright. But yeah, sounds disgusting. Disgusting!
oh yeah, okay, we're done, check.
We're done with today's stream.
There's some good hunts today. We are level 100.
Was it hand?
Let me set my butt away.
気をつけろよ
Our goal is to get to... Someone else wants to... Options? They introduced something recently that... fuck. And I fucked. You know, fuck yeah, I don't care. If I don't know about it, it's probably not important.
Yeah. And so,
Our goal is to...
let's see here.
Okay, chat.
You see
You see this
this
number over here?
this number right here? This 100?
The goal is to get that to 111 minimum before Dark Tide comes out. We managed to gain 8 levels today. I'm gonna have to do some grinding off stream, but I think with one more stream, assuming I do some grinding off stream, we'll be able to get this number to 111 before the Dark Tide pre-order beta comes out. It's still not, like I mentioned earlier, it's still not guaranteed whether or not I'm going to participate in the Dark Tide pre-order beta, but this is in preparation for in case I want to participate in the Dark Tide pre-order beta. And whether or not I participate in the Dark Tide pre-order beta is dependent on whether or not they have progression carry over to launch.
So yeah.
If there's no progression carry on to launch, then all this preparation we're doing would have been for nothing. But if they do have progression carry over to launch, then that's what this preparation is for.
Because once Dark Tide comes out,
I'm gonna be playing nothing but Dark Tide, and I don't want to fall behind on my Monhan. Because Monhan is gonna have more updates.
so here. I want to make sure I get this squared away before I get distracted by Dark Tide and
I play nothing but Dark Tide for like at least 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is it for today, chat. Thank you so much for being here, whether you're looking or chatting.
I love y'all.
Hope you guys enjoy the stream. I hope to see you
元気にし
guys.
てるか
Depending on what time I sleep, after today, I may or may not be able to stream one more time this week.
I'll let you guys know.
Because it depends, yeah, it depends on what time I go to sleep. I have to go out and collect my new headset cable, so yeah. Hopefully, one, it goes smoothly, and hopefully two, the wire is the cable is the problem. If the cable's not the problem and I still see sparkles in my headset, then I am fucked. But here's to hoping it's the cables.
So, yeah. Wish me luck, chat.
Okay, so let's go to our usual in the stream stuff. Remember to hit that like and subscribe button down there and click the bell if you haven't already. Every little bit helps the YouTube algorithm, guys. As usual, thank you so much to my extra mile supporters. Thank you to hang on, I need to do the preview.
Go.
Thank you so much to Lucky, Krub, Raz, Stotgov, Oxy, and Maka for always giving me so much of your big tip energy.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much.
And next up, I finally got around to renaming that board to the Patreon and Fansly bar.
Although I haven't.
I need subscribers on Fansly yet, but it's the same content. Patreon and Fansly. Thank you so much to Leah, Maka, Sagito, Kylon, Lucky, and Shu for being amazing patrons. And last but not least, extra special one final shout out to Lucky again, because Lucky, for anyone who might have missed it, if you look down there on the lower left hand corner screen, you could see a tip goal. We have a tip goal of $60 in order to get eggnog for Christmas.
And
Yeah, Lucky single massive tip fulfilled the tip goal. So yeah,
thank you so much, Lucky.
if I could share my eggnog with you, I definitely would, because
You paid for this, Lucky.
maybe I do want to visit Lucky one day. Maybe one day, if I do visit Lucky, I will make the eggnog for him, like right then and there, and give him some.
Well, I'll see. I'll see about.
Ensuring that I visit Lucky one day.
Oh yeah, and then you just woke up and joined the stream.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hammy, but yeah, I've been going for 5.5 hours, and yeah, I need to head out to get a new headset cable, and hope to God that the cable will solve my problems. But yeah, good night, everyone. Thanks for being here. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks for
Everything. I love y'all.
It's good. Love you one more time. Yeah. Well, whether or not I have a wonderful time is dependent on whether or not the cable fixes my headset problem. I hope to God the cable fixes my headset problem, but I'm actually really nervous, chat. You have no idea how nervous I am. It's I'm worried about it so much. If the cable doesn't fix the problem, then that means something else is broken, and It's gonna be so difficult to replace that other thing because I have no idea what that other thing could be.